Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, The Mysterious Tale of the Vanished Families. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the dusty attic, a silent witness to the passage of time in the old house. Within its confines dwelled a collection of faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from bygone days. Innocuous scenes of birthday celebrations and family gatherings filled the images, exuding a sense of normalcy and warmth. Yet, as her fingers brushed against the worn edges of the photographs, Rebecca's heart quickened at the sight of the final picture. In that last snapshot taken within the familiar confines of her living room, a different family sat on the couch, their smiles frozen in time. A woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and two children gazed happily at the camera, oblivious to the ominous figure lurking in the shadows behind them. A man, his features obscured by darkness, stood watchful and still in the hallway, his presence sending shivers down Rebecca's spine. Descending the creaking wooden steps with trepidation, Rebecca carried the unsettling photograph to her kitchen, where harsh fluorescent light illuminated its eerie contents. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the scene in the picture was undeniable. The archway, the crown molding, the bay window all mirrored her own living space. Yet these faces were strangers, and the unease that had lingered since her arrival intensified, casting a suffocating pall over the house. Enter Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with eyes that missed nothing, clad in a weathered leather jacket that hinted at his experience with darker truths. Methodically examining the Polaroid, he inquired about the previous owners, the enigmatic Nelsons, who had sold the house without leaving a trace. With a nod, Morgan requested the photograph for further investigation, his quiet demeanor belying the intensity of his scrutiny. Thus began a silent pursuit of the past, as Rebecca and Detective Morgan delved into the history of the house's former occupants. The trail led them through a labyrinth of names: Crawford, Morneau, Sutherland, each family vanishing after a year of residence, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The Sutherlands in particular had left no trace, their abrupt disappearance echoing through the years like an unanswered riddle. Forensic analysis unveiled unsettling details within the photograph: the calculated arrangement of the subjects, the presence of the mysterious figure in the hallway. Enhanced imaging revealed a tall, shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, his silent vigil suggesting a malevolent intent. As the pieces of the puzzle slowly came together, a pattern emerged, a pattern of families disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only echoes of their existence. Delving into the archives, Detective Morgan uncovered the shadow of a man long gone: Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect who had shaped the house's destiny. A spectral presence in the photograph, Whitfield's likeness bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the hallway, weaving a web of intrigue that spanned decades. His supposed demise in a construction accident only deepened the mystery, leading the investigation to the house's hidden depths. Beneath the cold concrete of the basement, a chilling discovery awaited: the preserved remains of the missing families, entombed in a macabre tableau of forgotten lives. Among them lay the camera that had captured their final moments, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked within the house's walls. As the truth unfurled like a dark flower, Rebecca's world crumbled, the once familiar rooms now tainted by the specter of unseen horrors. Sealed off as a crime scene, the house stood silent and forsaken, its secrets buried beneath layers of concrete and soil. Within the hidden recesses of the attic, a sinister chamber revealed itself, a makeshift sanctuary for the enigmatic watcher, Samuel Whitfield. His journal, filled with chilling observations of the families he had observed, hinted at a malevolent purpose, a plan set in motion long before Rebecca had crossed the threshold. Fleeing to the safety of a hotel, Rebecca found no respite from the haunting presence that lingered in the shadows. A late-night call, the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera all served as grim reminders of the forces arrayed against her. The investigation, a tapestry of shadows and secrets, continued its relentless march, seeking closure in a house tainted by the sins of its past. And so the house stood as a silent sentinel, its windows dark, its halls haunted by the specter of Samuel Whitfield. A phantom of the past, a watcher in the shadows, he remained elusive, his true fate shrouded in mystery. As new families moved in, unaware of the darkness that lay in wait, the legacy of the vanished ones lived on, their voices echoing through the empty rooms. In the depths of the night, as the world slept, unseen eyes watched from the darkness, capturing moments of unsuspecting lives. The truth remained elusive, a flickering flame in the shadows, beckoning the curious and the brave to unravel the enigma of the vanished families. And so the house stood, a testament to the enduring power of secrets, a silent witness to the mysteries that dwell in the hearts of men. Story 2. In a sleepy town where time seemed to move a bit slower, there was a costume shop that was fading into the shadows, its shelves bare as it prepared to close its doors for the final time. Among the remnants of old inventory, a woman wandered in, her eyes drawn to a mask perched on a dusty shelf. Its features were delicate yet strangely lifelike, a silent observer in the dimly lit store. With a curious hand, she lifted the mask, feeling a shiver run down her spine at the unsettling aura it exuded. As she placed it on the counter to purchase, the cashier hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his features. "That's not ours," he muttered under his breath, but the woman, intrigued by the mystery of the mask, simply shrugged and took it home. That night a soft sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting, almost imperceptible. Her eyes blinked open to find the mask missing from its place on the dresser. Heart pounding, she turned to see it perched on her nightstand, facing her with an inexplicable intensity. The woman, known as Catherine Reed in the town, would never be seen alive again. It was her neighbor who stumbled upon the chilling scene the next morning. The front door stood slightly ajar, inviting a stream of golden sunlight into the otherwise somber home. Expecting a mundane visit to return a borrowed book, the neighbor instead discovered a sight that would echo through the corridors of investigators' minds for years to come. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her presence commanding yet shrouded in a veil of quiet contemplation. As forensics meticulously documented the room, the shutters outside clicked rhythmically, a haunting soundtrack to the unfolding tragedy. An officer noted the absence of forced entry, while the detective's keen eyes absorbed every detail, piecing together a puzzle with missing fragments. A drawer slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass, mundane yet significant in the context of the inexplicable death that had visited this unassuming home. The medical examiner's examination yielded more questions than answers. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, just the frozen mask of terror etched onto Catherine's face. The detective knelt beside the body, whispering to herself, something scared her to death. Catherine had been an art appraiser, her days filled with the scrutiny of authenticity, a talent for spotting imperfections that whispered of falsehood. Colleagues spoke of her meticulous nature, her unwavering dedication to her craft. Could this keen eye for detail have led to her untimely demise? A thread of intrigue unfurled as security footage from the costume shop unveiled a peculiar interaction. The cashier's confusion, the owner's denial, a mask that seemed to materialize from the shadows. The detective delved deeper, uncovering a web of mysteries that stretched back through the annals of time. The owner's hesitant confession hinted at a darker truth, one veiled in the shadows of a collector's untimely demise. And as microscopic fibers found on Catherine's fingertips pointed to a sinister connection, the investigation took a turn down a path paved with ancient symbols and whispered folklore. A retired detective, weathered by years of chasing shadows, shared a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of those still entangled in the case. Ancient symbols hidden within the masks, a ritual of soul transference. Could it be that these masks were vessels for something beyond human comprehension? Catherine's journal, a beacon in the fog of uncertainty, revealed a descent into madness as she unraveled the mask's secrets. It watched, it moved, it hungered for souls to claim as its own. And with each new victim, the cycle continued, a macabre dance orchestrated by forces beyond mortal understanding. As the investigation deepened, a chilling truth emerged. Death by extreme fear, a heart stilled by terror so profound it defied logic. Surveillance footage captured a figure, a mimicry of Catherine's form, wearing the mask like a grotesque parody of life. The mask vanished, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a legacy of fear. Reports surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop, a phantom slipping through the cracks of reality once more. The detective, haunted by the specter of the mask, knew that its hunger would not be sated until it found a new host. And so, as the night whispered its secrets and shadows danced on the walls, the detective kept Catherine's journal close, a silent testament to a truth too dark to share. The mask, a silent sentinel of death, waited in the shadows, biding its time until it found another soul to ensnare in its macabre dance. And when it did, the world would awaken to the soft sound of footsteps in the dark, the empty eyes of the mask fixed upon its next victim, hungry for the essence that lay beyond mortal sight. Story 3, the inn stood modest, outdated, a temporary refuge for weary travelers. The receptionist passed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue sparked within her. That evening, navigating the shadowy corridor, she halted before it. The brass handle chilled her hand. The door bore no distinctive marks until she pressed her ear against it. A breath, not her own, whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed blinked away drowsiness while slipping beneath the caution tape barring entry to the room. The stench struck her first, a tang of metal and decay, a scent all too familiar. Blood had seeped into the threadbare carpet, melding with its murky hues. The room juxtaposed elements, an immaculate bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and in between the grim tableau. A young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared at the ceiling, frozen in a mask of shock or dread. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disrupt the evidence markers dotting the scene. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic expert, his tone devoid of emotion as he photographed the body from varying angles. "Same modus operandi as before." Reed nodded in silence. The victim wore upscale attire, a stark contrast to the shabby inn. A designer purse lay open on the nightstand, its contents untouched. This was not a robbery. Another motive guided this perpetrator. The inn manager lingered anxiously in the doorway, his complexion pallid. "She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during cleaning." Reed surveyed the room anew. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either admitted the killer willingly or recognized them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photographs on the board. 3 women strikingly similar, all discovered in nondescript motels off the beaten path. Speculations swirled in the media, whispers of a serial predator on the loose. "The autopsy report is ready," announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Cause of death, manual strangulation, no DNA under the victim's nails, no evidence of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. "This is personal, not a random attack." Days blurred together as the investigation escalated. Surveillance footage from the inn revealed nothing out of the ordinary. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a meticulous financial analyst with no known adversaries. Her acquaintances described her as cautious, precise, someone unlikely to choose such an establishment willingly. A breakthrough occurred during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace, the sister divulged, hands trembling around her cup. She was secretive about him, said he was complicated. "Possibly married," Reed lined in. "Did she disclose a name?" "She referred to him as C, that's all she revealed." The focus shifted to Werner's office. Coworkers characterized her as professional, reserved. None were aware of any romantic involvement. Yet in Werner's desk, Reed discovered a business card tucked within a calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson maintained a composed demeanor during questioning, concerned, cooperative, maintaining an appropriate distance. His alibi seemed airtight, dining with his spouse and another couple, but a disquiet lingered in his gaze. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed inquired casually. A flicker passed over Emerson's features, fleeting enough to evade notice by most, purely professional. Later that week, partial fingerprints from Werner's purse were matched to Emerson by forensic analysis. When pressed, his facade crumbled. "We were involved," he confessed. "But I terminated it. She threatened to disclose our affair to my wife." "Was that a motive for murder?" Reed probed. Emerson's countenance hardened. "I never set foot in that inn." However, the inn's records painted a different narrative. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. Upon searching that room, investigators uncovered a discreet camera concealed in the shared wall vent. The evidence stacked up. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit corresponded to those recovered from Werner's body. His DNA was present on a drinking glass in her room. Further scrutiny of his home computer unveiled similar recordings of the prior victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his spouse in her youth. He lured them to designated motels, always selecting the room next to the last door on the left, a chamber already outfitted with surveillance gear. After capturing their encounters, he returned to erase the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation chamber, Emerson's facade finally fractured. "They posed a threat to everything," he murmured. "My status, my marriage, my existence." The trial was concise yet sensational. 3 families witnessed justice unfold in the antiseptic courtroom. Emerson remained apathetic, maintaining the aloof mask that had served him in the corporate realm. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed caught his gaze. Fleetingly, she glimpsed not humanity, but its void, a hollowness where empathy should reside. The media dubbed it the last door on the left case. Psychologists dissected Emerson's psyche. Enthusiasts of true crime scrutinized every detail. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. At times, wandering down in corridors, she found herself numbering doors, pondering the enigmas concealed within. In the evidence repository, shielded from public sight, 3 identical keys endure, labeled and archived. Tangible mementos that certain doors, once unlocked, can never be sealed anew. Story 4: The Keymaster. In the calm of a quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived for Sarah Miller. Wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, the single brass key seemed worn with time, its origins shrouded in enigma. Though unfamiliar to Sarah, a peculiar sense of déjà vu lingered as she held it in her hand. Intrigued yet unsettled, she tried the key in every lock she owned, but none yielded to its touch. It was a key without a home, without a purpose at least, not one she could discern. Upon placing the key on her coffee table, a relic of the past stirred to life. The old grandfather clock in the hallway, long silenced by the march of time and neglect, let out a single, hollow chime, an eerie echo reverberating through the stillness of Sarah's home. Bewildered by this inexplicable event, Sarah felt compelled to share her unsettling discovery with the authorities. The responding officer, a skeptic of the supernatural, initially dismissed her concerns as mere coincidence, a key in the mail, a harmless mistake, he suggested. But Sarah's intuition whispered of darker truths lurking in the shadows. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, its weight heavier than its metal frame suggested. Placed in a small evidence bag, the key began a journey that would unravel the tranquility of the neighborhood, plunging it into the depths of a chilling mystery. Enter Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with an instinct honed by years of unraveling the tangled threads of human nature. The brass key sat upon his desk, unassuming yet radiating a silent malevolence that set his nerves on edge. As he delved into Sarah's background, the surface revealed a portrait of innocence, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother. No shadows tainted her past, no whispers tainted her name. Forensic scrutiny of the key yielded no fingerprints but Sarah's own. The envelope bore no secrets beyond a generic postmark, a breadcrumb leading nowhere. The key itself, a standard Schlage, bore the scars of time and wear, hinting at a past obscured by layers of mystery. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, to unlock the secrets hidden within the key's intricate pattern. A cold case from years past whispered its secrets: a storage unit, blood-stained carpets, tools of darkness, and haunting photographs of women frozen in time. The original investigation had faltered, its threads slipping through the hands of justice. But with newfound purpose, Harmon dusted off the forgotten case files, tracing the key's lineage to a darkness that had eluded the light of truth for far too long. Sarah, an unwitting player in this macabre tale, found herself at the center of a storm she could never have foreseen. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils, she fortified her home, locking away her fears behind bolted doors and watchful eyes. The shadow of Harold Jenkins, a ghost from the past, materialized as the investigation peeled back layers of deceit and horror. A man of unremarkable presence, a phantom in the memories of those who once crossed his path, Jenkins emerged as the architect of unspeakable atrocities. The keys, each one a sinister token of his dark deeds, whispered their secrets from beneath the floorboards of a forgotten cabin. A hidden chamber, a repository of nightmares, unveiled a grim tableau of lives lost and souls forgotten. As the manhunt for the keymaster intensified, a nation held its breath, haunted by the specter of a predator lurking in the shadows. Jenkins, a phantom in human form, slipped through the fingers of justice, leaving behind a trail of darkness that stained the fabric of a community forever altered. In the heart of the wilderness, a final act played out a tragic symphony of despair and revelation. Jenkins, cornered by the echoes of his sins, chose a path of darkness, sealing his fate with a final, chilling note addressed to Sarah, a whisper from beyond the grave, a testament to the twisted mind that had sought her out. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, now rest in a quiet evidence locker, a grim reminder of the fragility of safety and the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of normalcy. And in the stillness of the night, as shadows dance upon the walls, they echo a haunting truth that sometimes the most monstrous of evils wear the mask of the ordinary, waiting to be unmasked by the light of justice. Story 5. The gentle current whispered its secrets that tranquil morning, the water shimmering like liquid glass under the soft light of dawn. The lone fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the peculiar sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than discarded clothes, abandoned by the careless hands of passers-by. But as he approached, the pungent odor assaulted his senses, a heavy, stifling scent that could not be mistaken. The suitcase was adorned with chains, its edges tinged with the rust of neglect. When the authorities pried it open, it revealed a macabre truth. Not clothes awaited them, but a haunting sight. Tangled hair intertwined with fingers frozen in a chilling grip. And at the depths of the case, a cryptic note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, a figure of quiet strength, gingerly pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and pallid skin now marred by the caress of water, lay in a state of eerie repose. The meticulous medical examiner painstakingly documented each detail before the body was gently lifted from its watery grave. What struck Mercer amidst the morbid scene was not just the method of disposal, but the peculiar care taken in presenting the victim manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in garments of luxury. "She was not slain here," Mercer murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the rippling waters caressing the muddy banks. "She was readied, adorned." The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent renowned for her prowess in selling opulent properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitary elegance in a prestigious neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by ambition, meticulous in her ways and fiercely private. Her assistant, the bearer of concern and worry, recounted how Catherine had vanished without a trace on the day of a crucial showing to affluent clients. "She would never miss that appointment," the assistant insisted, her voice laced with conviction. "That sale was to be her crowning achievement." A meticulous search of Walsh's modern abode ensued. Every corner exuded an air of pristine perfection, almost unnaturally so. Designer furnishings stood in precise arrangement, untouched by the hand of disorder. Not a speck of dust dared to mar the surfaces. The refrigerator harbored meticulously labeled meals, neatly organized by the passing days. Her wardrobe, a symphony of colors, housed shoes cradled in protective sheaths. A peculiar anomaly awaited discovery in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry whispered of unseen eyes, of a lurking presence beyond the veil of safety. Digital traces unveiled a curious pattern in Walsh's electronic correspondence, dozens of missives from unknown senders, all bearing a singular message: "I see your perfection." Each missive dispatched at the exact moment on various days. Her browsing history hinted at a quest for security systems and personal safeguards. Mercer, the astute detective, wove these threads into a tapestry of understanding, the meticulous arrangement of the victim, the meticulous display. "Our perpetrator is a creature of method," she confided to her partner. "This was no crime of passion, this was a ceremony." The pivotal moment arrived from an unexpected quarter. A local pawnbroker recognized Walsh's emerald necklace, absent from her possessions. The pawned items custodian Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker of few words. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's shadowy visits to Walsh's domain, sometimes laden with his maintenance cart, at other times unencumbered, always lurking in the shadows of her absence. A search of Linden's humble abode unfurled a tapestry of horror. Walls adorned with snapshots of Walsh and kindred spirits, all sharing a likeness, all captured in moments of vulnerability. Some images defaced with the harsh stroke of red ink. Walsh stood as the third in a sinister lineage. Behind a clandestine panel in his closet, a shrine emerged. Treasures belonging to each victim laid out with meticulous care, a brush bearing locks of hair, tissues imprinted with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Each assemblage accompanied by a journal chronicling daily habits, personal preferences, and routines. The interrogation room grew cold as Linden was brought to bear. Clad in a cloak of composure, his demeanor belied the horrors he had wrought. They were flawed, he intoned at last, his voice devoid of emotion. They paraded their perfection, but I saw through the facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray, her lipstick never quite precise. Her perfection was a charade. The search for the enigmatic first victims referenced in his cryptic missive unfurled a path to remote locales, where two more suitcases harboring echoes of past horrors were unearthed. Within, figures akin to Walsh, women of the real estate realm who boasted of their meticulous attention to detail. Linden, an embodiment of stillness, bore witness to the trial that sealed his fate. An unyielding judge decreed a lifetime behind bars, devoid of reprieve. Families of the fallen watched in stoic silence as the tale of Linden's depravity unfolded in the hallowed halls of justice. For Mercer, the chapter was closed, the curtain drawn on a tale of darkness and twisted obsessions. Yet queries lingered in the recesses of her mind. What impelled Linden's fixation on these particular women? What specter of imperfection haunted his soul, driving him to erase perceived flaws through acts of unspeakable cruelty? The river, a silent witness to the saga that had unfolded upon its banks, continued its meandering journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the macabre tale. But within the precinct, upon Mercer's desk, lay copies of those chilling journals, a stark reminder that within the facade of normalcy, shadows may lurk, waiting to unveil their true visage. And in the realm of the ordinary, the most perilous predators may dwell, concealed in plain sight, biding their time for a solitary flaw to betray their true nature. The story thick. In the attic, tucked beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon a treasure, a porcelain doll with ancient charm. Its azure eyes, wide and unwavering, held a silent secret. Sarah and Michael, a couple captivated by the allure of a Victorian house, laughed off the doll's peculiar presence as just another forgotten relic of the past. Yet that night, an unspoken weight lingered in the air, stretching the silence around them. And come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed. Their new home, steeped in history and whispered tales of a troubled past, beckoned them with ornate woodwork and a mysterious ambience. Little did they know, Sarah and Michael would soon be entwined in its enigmatic narrative. Detective Rachel Winters, on a crisp autumn morning, received a chilling call. In the master bedroom, a macabre scene awaited her, the female victim, contorted in a haunting pose, eyes wide with terror, while the male victim seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. With precision akin to a master puppeteer, the victim's limbs were arranged, devoid of struggle or forced entry, a tableau of terror. As Detective Winters meticulously cataloged the scene, a sense of unease settled within her. The positioning, deliberate and eerie, echoed a doll plucked from its display case. The investigation unfurled, weaving a tapestry of unsettling accounts from neighbors. Shadows moving in empty windows, ghostly laughter drifting through the night. Each tale added a layer of disquiet to the already foreboding atmosphere. Forensic scrutiny uncovered a trail of vintage fibers, reminiscent of antique doll clothing, clustered around the victims, and the attic a spectral thread connecting past and present. Absent were any traces of an intruder, no fingerprints, no foreign DNA, no footprints save those of the deceased. It was as if the perpetrator existed beyond the physical realm, leaving behind only whispers of their presence. Delving into the property's history unveiled a haunting pattern. Previous owners met mysterious ends, their lives shadowed by inexplicable occurrences. A tale emerged of a doll maker and his daughter, tragedy shrouding their existence. The final creation, a doll mirroring the lost child, bore witness to a grief-stricken father's last testament. Sarah and Michael, unknowingly altering the house's essence with their renovations, became unwitting players in a malevolent game. Hidden photographs unearthed beneath attic floorboards revealed a chilling truth: the dollmaker's creation, alive in its uncanny stillness, a harbinger of doom. Infrared whispers traced phantom handprints leading from attic to bedroom, a spectral path etched in porcelain dust and enigmatic residue. An interview with a descendant unraveled tales of forbidden knowledge, of spirits bound to inanimate forms, breathing life into the lifeless. The case, a riddle without a solution, confounded even the seasoned detective. The doll, a specter of unrest, vanished from custody, leaving behind a trail of confusion and inexplicable events. Detective Winters, her final act shrouded in mystery, safeguarded a memory, a photograph that bore witness to the dollmaker's legacy, a reminder of the unexplained. The house, tainted by a history of sorrow, changed hands once more, its attic a hollow echo of past miseries. The doll, a phantom of the night, eluded capture, its presence whispered but never confirmed. And as the new owners chose to leave the attic undisturbed, a quiet unease lingered in the air, punctuated by fleeting shadows and the soft laughter of a ghostly child on tranquil nights. Story 7. The new homeowners found it peculiar, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night, a leftover relic from a bygone era, forgotten but still wired. One evening, curiosity got the best of the husband and he pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" Startled, he stepped back, hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, softly uttered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor rested among ancient oak trees, its exterior aged yet hiding a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at an unexpectedly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The vintage intercom system, linking all rooms, had appealed to the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, the gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but there was an underlying tone in the dispatcher's voice that hinted at a deeper tale. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a visible pallor, greeted her at the door, leading her through the grand foyer. "It all started with the intercom," he explained, his voice tinged with unease. "First, it was just static, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands tightly gripping a steaming mug she had not touched. "We found something behind the wall," she stated abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, wearing gloves, delicately opened its fragile pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the apparent former owner. Her entry spoke of her growing fear that her husband Vincent intended to harm her. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned they bought it from an elderly man who had moved to a retirement community. The investigation unraveled the history of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the previous owners. Records indicated Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina supposedly left him, with no official divorce or change of address. No financial activity in Alina's name after the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to thoroughly search the property. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators broke through the aged concrete, the truth emerged: a set of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, showing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. Among the remains, a gold wedding band with the inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The evidence against Vincent Blackwood mounted swiftly. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges leveled against him. His response to the evidence sent chills down the detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease talking," Vincent calmly stated. "Always babbling through that cursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself, insisting on always being able to reach me wherever I was in the house." His vacant gaze met theirs. "I simply desired peace." During his admission, Vincent disclosed how he had meticulously crafted the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from false locations, penned in counterfeit handwriting. He had resided in the house for years, unknowingly walking over the spot where his wife lay buried. The trial was swift, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge remarked on the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to stay after uncovering its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the now restored garden. The intercom system was removed by the subsequent owners during renovations. Workers mentioned hearing static and whispers during the removal, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before it was archived. As she closed the folder, she pondered how the house had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all thanks to Alina finding a way to make her voice heard. Among local law enforcement, the case became known as the house that answered back. Occasionally, Detective Reeves would pass by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would slow down, window cracked open slightly, listening for whispers carried on the wind. Story 8. She never cared for venturing up there, but when the storm ushered in a leak in the roof, she had no other option. The attic loomed before her, a repository of forgotten relics cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows in the most secluded corner rested an ancient dollhouse, exquisitely detailed, its minuscule furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet, as she peered into its miniature rooms, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were diminutive, intricately carved replicas of her own family. Each figure placed precisely where they had been situated downstairs, save for one. The figure meant to represent her was found standing beside the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the tiny wooden figure stood. A shiver raced through her body, entirely unrelated to the chill breeze that whispered through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place in this setting. This was not her childhood abode. Rather, it was a rental dwelling the family had recently relocated to. The saga commenced with Rebecca's panicked call to the authorities. Law enforcement officers descended upon the suburban abode to discover a family in turmoil, clustered in the living room, adamantly refusing to ascend the stairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially brushed aside their distress as a potential prank or the fanciful imaginings of a family adapting to unfamiliar surroundings. The meticulous detail was what struck me, Detective Harmon would later muse in interviews. Each miniature figurine captured a distinct aspect of each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The course of the inquiry shifted when forensic teams unearthed fingerprints on the dollhouse that bore no semblance to any family members. Even more disconcerting were the microscopic cameras concealed in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system nestled beneath the dollhouse itself. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements in the days prior unveiled an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures within the dollhouse not only mirrored the family's seated locations that fateful evening, but precisely replicated stances from various days, indicating that someone had been clandestinely observing them long enough to discern their routines. We soon realized this was no ordinary case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom encountered in criminal psychology literature. The investigation unveiled a concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living quarters, replete with evidence suggesting an individual had been dwelling there even before the Morgans took up residence. Discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, and a crumpled sleeping bag hinted that the intruder had been residing beneath the family for an extended period. Most confounding to the investigators was the absence of any forced entry. Property records disclosed that the house had stood vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans' arrival. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span of time. Their son had overseen the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded sparse information. The majority had observed nothing out of the ordinary, save for one elderly woman who occasionally glimpsed lights emanating from the house during its unoccupied phase. I presumed it was the real estate agents showcasing the property, she recounted to investigators. It never crossed my mind that someone might be unlawfully residing there. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Examination of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras unveiled that the data was being transmitted to an external server. Tracing the IP address guided investigators to a modest apartment across town. Within its confines, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and former occupants of the house greeted the investigators. Detailed journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with disturbing accuracy. The most harrowing discovery awaited in a workshop where numerous partially completed dollhouses, each representing distinct homes in the vicinity, lay scattered. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the progeny of the previous homeowners. Financial records unveiled mounting debts following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he had fashioned a covert living space, persisting in his clandestine abode while accruing rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, explicated the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure symbolized an individual he monitored. The figure of Rebecca, positioned by the attic door, was not a menace, it was his way of acknowledging her unearthing of his surveillance apparatus. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he expounded on his motives. They were inhabiting my residence, slumbering in my parents' bedroom. I needed assurance that they were treating it with reverence. When queried regarding the arranged figures, he merely stated, "I desired them to comprehend that I was ever vigilant." The psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells grappled to cope with the loss of his childhood home and devised an intricate system to assert dominion over it. The dollhouse evolved into his method of asserting ownership over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the home again. In a poignant recollection, Rebecca acknowledged that the most haunting moment was not discovering the dollhouse, but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our lives, transforming us into mere playthings. The genuine terror did not reside in the dollhouse itself, it lay in the knowledge that in his perception, we were merely puppets to be manipulated and watched. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illicit surveillance, and unlawful entry. The case incited a reevaluation of real estate disclosure statutes concerning deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are appropriately vacated before new occupants assume residence. During sentencing, the judge underscored the profound violation endured by the Morgan family. "You did not solely intrude upon their home, you violated their sense of security and independence. You observed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification." What unsettles criminologists the most about this case is how long Wells may have persisted unnoticed had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Scrutiny of his journals suggested he had covertly inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, crafting dollhouses representing each scrutinized family. The Morgan family eventually located a new abode in a distant locale, yet Rebecca divulged in her victim impact statement that she still habitually inspects closets and crawl spaces. She purged their new dwelling of all dollhouses and miniatures. "Some days I still sense eyes upon me," she confided. "I ponder if somewhere, someone is still orchestrating a diminutive version of me in a dollhouse that remains undiscovered." Story 9. It was a random call, just static and muffled noise. The operator was about to dismiss it, but then a voice broke through. A woman whispering urgently, "He's here," he then silence. The number traced back to a vacant house left to decay for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. Yet in the dusty kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen aglow. The call had been placed mere minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button once more. The whisper lingered in her mind, desperate, afraid, and unreal. The abandoned property had once belonged to the Sullivans before they moved away after a fire ravaged most of the West Wing. No one had resided there since. The caretaker visited monthly, swearing no one had trespassed in years. Background check on the number, Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. Listed under Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, passed away 3 years back in a car crash. Morgan gazed at the phone in the evidence bag. The case defied logic. A deceased woman's phone making calls from a deserted dwelling. The dust around the phone showed disturbance only where it sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensics team uncovered nothing helpful. No identifiable fingerprints on the device, just smudges that couldn't be traced. No footprints leading to or from the house. Doors locked, windows sealed. The recording became the focal point of their inquiry, those 11 seconds of static, breath, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis matched it to Catherine Sullivan's voice from old recordings with 98% certainty. The timestamp indicated the call coincided with Catherine's passing 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone acquainted with Catherine. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, living alone in a modest apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Catherine's former boyfriend, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the call's night. He was on a night shift at the hospital, corroborated by multiple witnesses and security footage. Plus, the house was empty. The call shouldn't have occurred, yet it did. The inquiry stalled until Catherine's mother phoned Morgan. "I found something in her old belongings," she quivered. Katie had a journal, the last entry. "You need to see this." The journal held detailed entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark, an affectionate start, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually dread. The final entry stated, "He found out I'm leaving, he's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark once more. His confident faade crumbled under scrutiny about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote?" "That's not proof. The accident report says you were first on the scene," Morgan pointed out, "before emergency services. I was concerned when she didn't show up. I went searching for her. Her car veered off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His complexion turned ashen. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the crash site. The car had been towed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They unearthed something buried 20 feet from the crash spot, Catherine's actual phone. The one they found at the house was her spare, kept at her parents' place. Analysis of the buried phone disclosed erased texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's tailing me in his car. And later, he's driving me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photos from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries didn't align with the crash alone. Defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police went to arrest Mark, he was gone. His apartment held a shrine to Catherine photos, items pilfered from her family, and news clippings about her demise. Among his possessions, they found audio editing software and scripts detailing how he'd concocted the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his sick method of revisiting his crime, a ploy to confound investigators and Catherine's grieving family. The probe broadened to other cases involving Mark's work as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women surfaced, both ruled accidents. Both had been involved with Mark. 6 days into the search, officers spotted Mark's vehicle outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they discovered him seated in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. She wouldn't keep quiet, he admitted to Morgan during questioning. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still out there somewhere. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury took less than 3 hours to find Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was delivered, Catherine's mother clung to the journal. Justice had arrived, not by supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears penned in ink, her final desperate pleas for safety. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence vault. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's tale endures not as a ghost story, but as a testament that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 10. The old Polaroid held secrets of a forgotten past, capturing smiles and flickering candles in snapshots of bygone birthdays. Among the familiar faces, there lurked a mystery, a figure in the background, a man shrouded in shadows, standing just beyond the glow of celebration. He was not part of the family, yet he appeared in every photo, drawing closer with each captured moment. Sarah Winters uncovered the box of memories while sorting through her mother's attic after the funeral. Labeled only as memories, the cardboard container revealed a collection of faded photographs depicting joyful family gatherings from her childhood. What should have brought solace turned into the beginning of a chilling discovery. In the initial photo, the figure was barely discernible, a dark silhouette on the periphery during Sarah's 7th birthday party. Subsequent images revealed his progression, moving from the edge of the frame to standing behind her uncle, unseen by anyone in the captured scenes. Trembling, Sarah called her father, seeking answers about the enigmatic man haunting the photographs. His startled response hinted at a deeper mystery shrouded in the past. Detective Marcus Reed, a weathered investigator, examined the eerie progression of images laid out on his desk, rain tapping against the windows, casting shadows over the evidence. As Sarah detailed the unsettling presence in the photos, Reed's interest grew. The figure's deliberate movement through the gatherings, unnoticed by all, raised questions that demanded answers. Despite efforts to identify him, the man remained a spectral enigma, strategically hidden in each frame. Further investigation uncovered a chilling connection to a long-forgotten case involving child abductions. Enhanced images revealed details previously obscured: a scar, a ring, a reflection that hinted at a dark past. Dental records tied the figure to a vanished maintenance worker, Robert Keller, linked to the abductions that had haunted the region years ago. The revelation unraveled a web of hidden horrors, connecting unsolved cases to the sinister figure in the photographs. Sarah's world shifted as the truth emerged, shedding light on the shadowy presence that had haunted her family's celebrations for decades. Remains discovered near the vacation property implicated Keller in the long unsolved disappearances, offering closure to families who had long awaited answers. The photos, once cherished memories, now stood as chilling evidence of a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows of joyous occasions. In a quiet moment in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting images, Sarah contemplated the unfathomable truth that had been unearthed. The figure in the background, a ghostly specter captured in frozen moments of time, had finally been exposed, his dark legacy brought to light. As Sarah placed the photos back in the box, she knew that some secrets are hidden in plain sight, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to confront the shadows of the past. And in that stillness, as the candles flickered in the photographs, the mystery of the unseen figure was finally laid to rest, a haunting chapter closed by the relentless pursuit of truth. Story 11. In the beginning there was a faint flicker, a mere blip in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then the audio crackled and a soft, eerie voice whispered, "Hush, drift back to slumber." A shiver ran down her spine, chilling her to the core. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, the window shut tight, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its dark, glassy eyes seeming to watch her every move. Rebecca's scream pierced the night, raw and agonizing, echoing through the silent house. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, dialed emergency services, summoning help to her side. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca on the nursery floor, cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in her own world of despair. Little Samuel, just 4 months old, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The initial probe yielded no substantial leads. No signs of forced entry, no alarms triggered, no disturbances except for that unsettling voice on the monitor. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and vanish into the night without a trace, leaving behind only a haunting whisper and a silent nursery? Suspicion soon turned to Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been away for business, their strained relationship strained further by the challenges of parenthood. Medical records hinted at Rebecca's struggle with postpartum depression, casting a shadow over her innocence. Detectives noted her unnervingly composed demeanor, raising doubts about a mother who had just lost her child in inexplicable circumstances. A breakthrough emerged when fibers were found on the nursery windowsill, fibers from a rare climbing rope not belonging to the household. The focus shifted to a skilled intruder gaining access from outside, a shadow in the night captured by neighboring security cameras. A mysterious footprint in the garden's soil hinted at a trained individual with a purpose. Rebecca's innocence began to surface as Daniel, returning from his trip, raised eyebrows with his calloused hands and newfound rock climbing hobby, a detail unknown to his wife. Financial records painted a grim picture, revealing a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel and undisclosed ties to another family. Phone logs unveiled suspicious calls and a hidden past, leading the investigation down a darker path. The baby monitor, once a tool of comfort, became a key piece of evidence. Forensic analysis exposed a hack, a manipulation of signals to deceive and mislead. The voice that whispered in the night was not from within the nursery, but a calculated ploy to unsettle and deceive. The trail led to a chilling discovery in a residential basement where Samuel was found under the care of Elaine, a woman with vacant eyes and a haunting past. Elaine surrendered quietly, her connection to Daniel unveiled through old wounds and hidden ties. Their sinister plot unfolded through encrypted messages, detailing a scheme to reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. In the courtroom, the enhanced audio from the baby monitor echoed, revealing a truth obscured by deceit. Amongst the whispered commands, a familiar cough betrayed Daniel's presence, sealing his fate alongside Elaine. The jury's swift verdict condemned them for their crimes, while Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of their past. The case redefined abduction investigations, highlighting the vulnerability of modern technology and the need for heightened vigilance. Baby monitors became scrutinized for flaws, nurseries fortified with added security measures. The monitor, a silent witness to the night's events, held the key to unraveling a web of lies and deception. Samuel, unaware of his own ordeal, grew up shielded from the darkness that once threatened his existence. Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit, a silent reminder of the night that changed their lives forever. Its glassy eyes held the truth, a truth that transcended words and whispers, a truth that only the monitor had captured in its silent vigil. Story 12. The parcel presented itself without a return label or tracking number, just a plain cardboard box, its surface slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't intended for Sarah Miller. Her address was correct, yet the name inscribed was unfamiliar. The logical choice would have been to disregard it, to leave it untouched on the porch. But the allure of curiosity overpowered restraint. With cautious hands, she peeled away the tape, anticipating books, apparel, something innocuous. However, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing 2 words, "Watch alone." Sarah Miller gazed at the mysterious black plastic cassette resting in her hands. There was an odd weight to it, a heaviness that seemed to carry the weight of forbidden secrets. Her fingertips skimmed the worn edges, tracing the imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note displayed the urgency of the writer, each stroke etched with pressure on the page. Outside, the suburban neighborhood murmured its usual symphony, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the morning tranquility. Daily life continued, oblivious to the arrival of the enigmatic package. Bringing the parcel inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty creeping into her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance to her. In the 4 years she had resided in the house, she had never received mail for anyone by that name. A battle between curiosity and unease waged within her as she glanced at her outdated VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was a magnetic pull from the tape, a mystery shrouded in worn plastic. Against her rational judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Initially, static danced on the screen, white noise that slowly sharpened into clarity. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a lone lamp. The camera angle was askew, capturing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, soft yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're viewing this, you've been discovered, and that means they'll find me too." Leaning forward, his tired face emerged from the darkness, eyes marked by sleepless nights, stubble covering his jaw, hair unkempt. "I'm innocent, you need to know that, but they've planted evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, despite never having laid a hand on her." As he adjusted the camera, the room's starkness was revealed: bare walls, minimal furnishings, a temporary abode for one prepared to flee at a moment's notice. They fabricated everything. The official narrative will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses overheard our altercations. None of it holds truth. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face when it flashed on the news. His voice faltered. Dead, murdered in her own home, and somehow my DNA was implicated in the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, all bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man pegged as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace following the discovery of her lifeless body. Initially, the Walsh case appeared straightforward: a young professional woman strangled in her bedroom, no signs of forced entry, evidence pointing decisively to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already cataloged in the system from a prior minor offense. Witnesses reported sightings of a man matching his description near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. An open and shut case until the emergence of the tapes. "The tapes complicate matters," Detective Ramirez dictated into her recorder, updating her case notes. "Whitaker is either weaving an intricate deception or exposing a darker truth." Surveying her evidence board, smiling photos of Catherine Walsh, grisly crime scene images too disturbing to linger on, maps pinpointing the delivery sites of the parcels, and at the heart, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to implore her, beseeching for vindication. The investigation took a sharp turn when Ramirez uncovered that Catherine Walsh had been embroiled in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a potent pharmaceutical entity with governmental ties. Walsh had unearthed irregularities in their clinical trial data, evidence of concealing severe side effects in a new drug fast-tracked for market release. She was set to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, eyes darting nervously toward the exit. Catherine possessed incriminating documents, evidence that upper management was aware of the issues and chose to bury them. The trial was scheduled for next week. Oddities began surfacing. The DNA evidence seemed meticulously placed, found in locations incongruous with the crime. Witness statements regarding Whitaker appeared rehearsed, echoing the same phrases across different accounts. Most unsettling, surveillance footage from nearby buildings inexplicably corrupted during the critical time frame encompassing the murder. 3 days subsequent to the tape's arrival, Sarah Miller received a second package. This one contained a trove of documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email transcripts, all from PharmaCorp, each bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature. A revelation dawned. Detective Ramirez connected with other tape recipients, assembling Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had been employed in IT security for a PharmaCorp contractor, never crossing paths with Catherine but stumbling upon her name flagged in an anomalous security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker disclosed in a subsequent tape. I witnessed the surveillance directives within the system. They were aware she was amassing evidence. Then I found myself locked out. The following day she was dead, and somehow I was branded the culprit. The breakthrough occurred when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail on her copy of the tape. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker revealed a row of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Within Unit 217, a plethora of evidence awaited them. Whitaker's journal chronicled the conspiracy. Catherine's original findings were meticulously archived. And most damning, elaborate schemes to frame Whitaker, inscribed in the handwriting of PharmaCorp's head of security, a former police detective with insider knowledge of evidence handling protocols. Justice didn't manifest through a dramatic arrest, but through the accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictments. The head of security confessed, striking a deal to testify against his superiors. The drug was withdrawn from consideration for market release. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, a shadow of his former self, altered by his time as a fugitive. Charges against him were dropped, yet the experience left an indelible mark. Sarah Miller encountered him once as he collected his tape from her porch, the same spot where the package had first appeared. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" His weary gaze met hers. "The algorithm selected you. I required individuals unconnected to me or Catherine, individuals under minimal surveillance. Individuals who retained faith in their own discernment amidst the media's allegations of my guilt." The former suspect, an inadvertent witness, stood in contemplative silence, acknowledging the fine line between truth and fabricated narratives. Sarah eventually spoke. The incorrect address transpired to be the precise one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth may arrive in unforeseen packages, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting a curious soul daring to delve within. Story 13. The tale unfurls in the quiet whispers of a time-worn Victorian home that cradled secrets in its ancient walls. Michael and Sarah Klein, innocently drawn to its allure, never fathomed the enigma that awaited them within its time-worn chambers. A narrative veiled beneath peeling wallpaper, disguised as mere neglect, unfurled as they embarked on a journey through time and mystery. The layers they uncovered, one by one, whispered echoes of a name Alina Winters etched in ink, a haunting refrain that transcended the boundaries of reality. Each stroke of the pen bore witness to a story untold, a saga of desperation and obscurity that lingered in the shadows of the past. Intrigue gripped their souls as they delved deeper, unraveling the enigmatic connection between the spectral name and the enigmatic woman who had sold them the house. Margaret Cavendish, a phantom in her own right, bore an uncanny resemblance to the missing Alina Winters, a ghostly echo from decades long gone. The walls, once silent sentinels of time, now harbored a tale of loss and longing, a tapestry woven with threads of deceit and tragedy. Sarah's delicate fingers traced the name, her touch a reverent caress to a mystery yet unsolved. Michael, consumed by a thirst for truth, delved into the shadows of the past, seeking answers in the dim glow of a laptop screen. Their quest led them down a labyrinthine path of forgotten memories and buried truths, each revelation a shard of light in the darkness that enveloped them. The missing Alina Winters, a specter of the past, beckoned from beyond the veil of time, her presence a haunting specter in the fabric of their reality. As the investigation unfolded, layers of deception peeled away like the wallpaper in their midst, revealing a truth more chilling than they could have ever imagined. Alina Winters, a name lost to the annals of time, found a voice in the frantic scribbles on the wall, a plea for justice echoing through the ages. The discovery of hidden identities and fractured minds painted a portrait of madness and obsession, a tapestry of twisted fates intertwined in a dance of tragedy. Rebecca Eldridge, a figure shrouded in darkness, emerged as the orchestrator of a macabre symphony of deceit and despair. The walls, once silent witnesses to a crime long buried, now bore the weight of confession and revelation, a testament to the fragility of the human mind and the depths of its darkness. Michael and Sarah, unwitting players in a drama beyond their comprehension, stood witness to a story that transcended time and space. As the truth unfurled like a dark flower in bloom, the tendrils of the past reached out to claim their due. Alina Winters, a name etched in ink and blood, found peace in the embrace of justice long overdue. And for Michael and Sarah, the house they once called home became a tapestry of whispers, a legacy of secrets that whispered in the night, a lullaby of mystery and intrigue that lulled them to sleep in the arms of the unknown. Story 14, The Unsettling Discovery. Uncovering hidden secrets is an inevitable part of renovations. Every layer peeled back reveals a piece of the past: old newspapers, forgotten trinkets, fragments of memories long faded. But for Sarah and Michael, the couple who purchased a Victorian-era home at an estate auction, the discovery beneath the floorboards was beyond anything they could have imagined. As they lifted the floorboards, a letter emerged, neatly folded and tucked away. The paper was fragile, the ink weathered by time, yet the words etched on it were sharp and clear. Don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could process the eerie message, 3 distinct knocks reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed arrived on the scene with her partner, the exposed floorboards revealing a hidden void beneath. Her experienced hands delicately retrieved the note, already tainted by the unwitting touch of the homeowners. Reed observed the fear etched on Sarah and Michael's faces as they recounted the chilling sound of the knocks. Background checks painted the couple in a positive light, newlyweds with stable lives and no apparent skeletons in their closets. The house, however, held a darker past. Previously owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the property had stood vacant for years following the passing of its last resident, Margaret Hargrove. As Reed delved deeper into the history of the house and its former occupants, a tale of hidden debts, secrets, and betrayal began to unravel. Franklin Hargrove, a once respected teacher with a penchant for woodworking, had a dark shadow looming over him in the form of a mysterious collector, Victor Mercer. Margaret's sister, in a rare moment of clarity, revealed the haunting truth that Margaret lived in fear of the collector, the man who came knocking 3 times as a grim reminder of debts unpaid. Franklin's descent into paranoia and violence, triggered by the collector's threats, led to a tragic confrontation that ended in death. Forensic investigations unearthed a chilling secret buried beneath the house: a male skeleton, identified as Victor Mercer, the missing loan shark who had met a grim fate at the hands of Franklin. Margaret, driven by fear and loyalty, had helped conceal the crime, living with the weight of the dark secret for years. The house, now tainted by the echoes of the past, stood as a silent witness to the tragedy that unfolded within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, chose to part ways with the property, leaving it abandoned and filled with whispers of the past. Local rumors whispered of ghostly echoes in the night 3 knocks, a spectral reminder of the tumultuous events that had transpired. The note, a chilling artifact of a bygone era, remained locked away, its warning echoing through the corridors of time: don't trust the one who knocked. In the end, Detective Reed closed the case, yet the mysteries lingered like shadows in the corners of the abandoned house. Some secrets, she reflected in her final report, are destined to remain shrouded in mystery, their truths obscured by the passage of time. Story 15, The Whispering House. She felt the urge to freshen up the nursery, a haven for the baby on the way. The walls, once a serene faded blue, held echoes of bygone tales within their worn layers. As she applied the first stroke of crisp white paint, a hidden secret emerged, faint letters slowly revealing themselves, cryptic and foreboding. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat, a shiver running down her spine. Stepping back, her gaze fell upon tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, too high for any child to reach. The revelation in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what later became known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian home only months prior, lured by an unbelievably low price. The realtor had glossed over the minor cosmetic issues, conveniently omitting the dark shadows lurking in the property's past. Detective Sarah Klein, a figure of quiet determination, arrived at the door, notebook in hand, ready to untangle the mysteries veiled within the house's walls. A woman, her expectant belly stretching the fabric of paint-spattered overalls, greeted the detective, weariness etched into her features from sleepless nights. Trembling, she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and ghostly handprints. The previous owners vanished overnight, she disclosed, her voice tinged with unease. Neighbors claimed they fled under the cloak of darkness, leaving without a trace, only the essentials packed into their car. The detective treaded through the ancient abode, the echoes of her footsteps mingling with the creaking of weathered floorboards. Pausing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the ominous message still peeking through the abandoned white layers. Beside it, 5 child-sized handprints, fresh and damp, marked their eerie presence at an adult's height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's history. The house had exchanged hands numerous times in 3 decades, a peculiarly high turnover rate. Alarming were the reports of child welfare concerns filed during 3 tenures, recounting chilling accounts of whispers and unseen watchers haunting the children. Unearthing threads of the past, the detective uncovered the tale of Alina Blackwood, a once wealthy widow who ran an orphanage within the house's walls during the industrial era. 5 children under her care had vanished without a trace, presumed to have fled. However, a sealed room discovered behind the nursery wall, brimming with children's belongings but devoid of remains, hinted at a far darker truth. Interviewing former occupants, Detective Klein weaved a tapestry of unsettling occurrences, a weave of toys rearranged by unseen hands, childish laughter resonating through empty corridors, and crayon sketches materializing unbidden. The recurring message, penned in the same hand, always surfaced during nursery repaints, a whispered warning from the past. Consulting a forensic linguist, the detective confirmed the writing's origin in Alina Blackwood's journals. Yet more disturbing were the identical handprints, a macabre imprint of long-lost souls reaching out from the shadows of time. The investigation took a sinister turn as ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the basement floor, 5 child-sized shapes silently screaming of hidden horrors. Breaking through the concrete barrier unraveled a grim truth: the remains of 5 lost souls, arranged in a haunting circle, bearing pendants engraved with their names, the forgotten orphans of a bygone era. Revelations cast light on Alina's macabre beliefs, her twisted quest to harness the essence of orphaned children for her own longevity. The children, their fate etched into the walls with desperation, sought to warn future inhabitants of their tragic end. Closure came with the dignified burial of the forgotten victims, their names finally etched into history as casualties, not runaways. The house, tainted by shadows of the past, stood silent and abandoned, the young couple recoiling from its dark embrace, refusing to re-enter even for their possessions. Detective Klein penned her final report, a testament to justice served yet mysteries unsolved. The nursery walls, witness to untold horrors, met their end in demolition, the whispers silenced but never forgotten. Workers, plagued by disembodied voices, refused to linger after dusk, leaving the house to its spectral inhabitants. Condemned and forsaken, the house lay as a cold case, a monument to closure achieved but enigmas left unexplored. The detective held onto a photograph, a haunting image of 5 luminous handprints, a poignant reminder that some crimes, like ghosts in the night, leave indelible marks beyond the reach of time or paint. Story 16. In the small town, a mysterious house stood at the edge of the woods, shrouded in silence. Its windows were dark, its porch worn by time's heavy touch. No one claimed ownership of the house, and its origins remained a mystery lost to the whispers of the trees. But one day, a group of hikers ventured too close and saw something unsettling: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like ancient secrets. Among them, at the very bottom, a name unknown to any of them glared back, fresh and untouched by the passage of time. And when one of the hikers dared to utter, voice trembling, "That's mine," the threads of fate began to unravel. As night blanketed the forest, a call came into dispatch, a routine report of trespassing. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his own name etched into the enigmatic house, spoke with a voice laced with unease. The responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, a juvenile prank gone too far, but what they encountered defied logic and sent shivers down their spines. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene, her flashlight piercing the darkness, revealing the weathered facade of the house. The names of 27 individuals adorned the eastern wall, some fading into obscurity with age, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the very bottom, Mason Wright, the letters still faintly smelling of sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath mingling with the chill of the night air. "I don't understand how my name came to be here." The investigation unfolded like a tapestry of dread, each thread leading deeper into a labyrinth of mystery. Background checks on the names carved on the house unveiled a chilling truth that sent a shudder through the detective team. Each name belonged to a person reported missing over the past 40 years, individuals who had vanished while hiking alone in the woods. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others lingered as open wounds in the hearts of loved ones. Forensic analysts meticulously documented every carving, studying the depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a missing person case from decades ago, painted a haunting picture of a young woman swallowed by the forest, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Interviews with Mason revealed a tale of innocence and bewilderment. He professed no ties to the area beyond that fateful hiking trip with his college friends, chosen at random from an online suggestion. His companions, too, were scrutinized, and it was in the photographs taken by Emily Chen, the group's photographer, that a chilling presence lurked, a blurred figure, tall and thin, haunting the edges of the frames, always obscured by the trees. The exploration of the house's interior uncovered a macabre tableau in the basement, a collection of personal items belonging to the missing hikers meticulously arranged on shelves, each item labeled with a name matching those on the exterior wall. Bloodstains, invisible to the naked eye, emerged under ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, hinting at dark deeds left unspoken. As the shadows deepened, Mason's behavior took a turn towards paranoia, his whispers of unseen watchers and phantom footprints in the snow adding layers of unease to the already chilling atmosphere. The discovery of land records tracing the house's ownership to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood unveiled a new chapter in the unfolding mystery. The manhunt for Blackwood unveiled a sinister truth hidden in the depths of the forest, a network of hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails, and a journal detailing his twisted obsession with hikers as prey. The final entries of the journal revealed a meticulous plan of stalking and capturing each victim, including Mason and the forensic technician who processed the house during the initial investigation. The hunt for Mason escalated, leading to a heart-stopping revelation in the form of a freshly carved name hidden behind a false wall in the basement, a name that bore the mark of the lead forensic technician. The trap was set, surveillance tightened, and the forest held its breath in anticipation of the inevitable confrontation. In the dark of night, as cameras blinked and sensors hummed with tension, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and thin, a specter of dread moving with uncanny grace towards the house. Tactical teams closed in, but in a blink of an eye, the figure vanished into the night, leaving only a chilling message carved on the bedroom wall, a warning that the hunter had become the hunted. To this day, the house stands under vigilant watch, a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. Mason and the forensic technician vanished without a trace, adding to the legends whispered among investigators. The forest holds its breath and hikers tread lightly, fearful of awakening the spirits that dwell within the house at the edge of the woods, where names are etched into the walls and mysteries linger in the shadows. Story 17, the ancient library, faced its final chapter as the wrecking crew moved in. Amidst the sounds of destruction, a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a hushed click, the shelf swung open, unveiling a hidden passage leading to a secret chamber. The air within hung heavy, untouched by time's passage. Inside, a solitary chair stood at the room's center, bolted firmly to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I remain here." The construction foreman swiftly radioed for police backup. What began as routine demolition morphed into a puzzling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by 2 decades of law enforcement, stepped into the dim space, his flashlight piercing the shadows to reveal the eerie script adorning the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice reverberating in the enclosed room. "No one disturbs a thing until the forensics team arrives." The library's history wove a tale of intrigue. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her college years, all that remained was her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches, Rebecca's fate remained shrouded in uncertainty. The prevailing belief hinted at her fleeing to forge a new path, yet her family clung to a darker truth. As forensic experts scrutinized the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair and fiber traces embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall bore faint hints of blood and skin cells beneath layers of dust. Initial analysis pointed to a young female origin. "This chair was meant for restraint," the analyst remarked, indicating aged leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought fervently. Walsh delved into the Harrington lineage, a gnawing suspicion tugging at his mind. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance struck a discordant note. Further digging unearthed a troubling link: the bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and family patriarch. Financial records unveiled hefty payments to the contractor, surpassing standard costs. Former staff expressed astonishment at the discovery, unaware of the hidden chamber's existence. An elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's solitary vigils in that section, claiming it held irreplaceable historical value. The investigation deepened as DNA evidence tied the hidden room's contents to Rebecca, mirroring samples from her belongings. A warrant led detectives to the Harrington estate, where a secret journal hidden in Maxwell's study unveiled a chilling obsession with his niece. The final entry bore a sinister resolve: "She knew too much, the room will silence her." Confronted with damning evidence, Maxwell's fa-de crumbled. "Rebecca threatened everything," he confessed coldly. "I had to protect the family legacy." Maxwell's admission revealed a harrowing truth. He had ensnared Rebecca, intending to coerce her silence, only to inadvertently end her life during an escape attempt. Beneath the hidden room's floor lay Rebecca's remains, her parents' gift still adorning her wrist. The Harringtons bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing, closure finally within reach. The library's demolition halted, transforming into a site of remembrance. Floral tributes lined the entrance, honoring a life unjustly curtailed. Rebecca's poignant message etched on the walls ensured her eternal presence, a testament to a truth unveiled from the shadows. In a tragic twist, it was Rebecca's voice that echoed through time, guiding justice to its eventual dawn. Story 18, the apartment had sat in silence for months, untouched by life. The new tenants entered with low expectations, anticipating only layers of dust and perhaps some forgotten remnants of the past. Yet one door resisted their attempts to open it, a closet sealed shut from within. When the landlord finally pried it open, the tenants braced themselves for mundane discoveries: old coats, discarded items. But what they found sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged scratches that spoke of desperation and struggle. Nestled in the corner lay an ancient flip phone, its screen still faintly illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, had confronted many harrowing scenes in her career. However, this one stirred a different kind of unease within her. Not a drop of blood in sight, no overt signs of violence. Yet the frantic marks on the walls hinted at a grim narrative: a soul trapped in confinement. battling against invisible chains. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the ominous markings. "And gather all records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone was chillingly simple. "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge with clammy hands, divulged that the former tenant had vanished abruptly, leaving rent unpaid. A quiet young woman kept to herself, left about 6 months back, he divulged, his eyes skirting away from the closet. No trouble caused. Forensic analysis unveiled a haunting truth hidden within the scratches, multiple blood samples intertwined with the grooves on the walls. Most matched a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported as disappeared by her workplace. However, 2 distinct DNA profiles emerged. One remained a mystery within the databases, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't make sense," Shaw muttered, her gaze fixed on the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, a convicted assailant presumed dead in a tragic accident, now left his genetic imprint on the closet walls. Emma's living space painted a poignant picture of a life-interrupted, unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a meticulously made bed. Her phone records hinted at a sudden halt in communication with her sister, interspersed with a flurry of calls from an unidentified number leading up to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage outside a nearby store captured Emma's return to her apartment one fateful night, trailed shortly after by a shadowy figure in a baseball cap, evading the cameras with calculated precision. A breakthrough emerged when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were uncovered on the closet's inner doorknob. He staged his own demise, Shaw deduced. The question remains, what ties him to Emma and why? The enigmatic DNA sample led them to another missing persons case, Lynette Porter, who had vanished 3 years earlier. Despite the cold trail, witnesses identified a woman resembling Lynette visiting Emma's residence on multiple occasions. Through meticulous scrutiny of traffic footage, a car linked to Derek Mercer's mother was repeatedly spotted near Emma's building, with a figure resembling Mercer seen at the wheel. The investigation unraveled a dark web of deceit at a desolate property owned by Mercer's kin. Deep within a secluded basement, they uncovered Lynette Porter alive but frail, confined in conditions reminiscent of Emma's ordeal in the closet. "He forced me to witness," she whispered, her gaze distant, "said I needed to learn the price of defiance." Evidence mounted against Mercer, journals chronicling his fixation on dominance, photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and damning video footage depicting his cruel coercion of Emma into the closet. "She thought she could expose me," his voice echoed in the recording, "but no one reveals my truths." The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, instilling a bone-chilling fear in all who pursued him. Forensic profilers painted a portrait of a man who thrived on inflicting torment, relishing in the agony of shattered hope within confined spaces. Upon his capture at a bus terminal, Mercer carried a forged identity and a ticket to an unknown coastal destination. Nestled in his backpack lay tools of malevolence, a roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a faded newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a calm demeanor, almost serene. "She sent that message herself," he dismissed, referring to the phone. "She desired rescue, yet remained unworthy of salvation." The trial exposed the intricate web of deception spun by Mercer, who had meticulously orchestrated his own demise using a homeless man's dental records to fabricate his death. For years, he lurked in the shadows, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's remains eluded discovery, with forensic clues suggesting her tragic demise within the confines of the closet, clawing futilely at walls that refused release. After a mere 4-hour deliberation, the jury rendered a unanimous guilty verdict on all charges. As the judge pronounced a lifelong sentence bereft of parole, Mercer's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if a cryptic truth had been validated within his mind alone. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter faced Mercer in court. He ensnared us in narrow confines because that's where his soul resides, imprisoned in darkness. While he withers in his cell, I'll embrace the sunlight. The case reshaped missing persons protocols within the department, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational dynamics and thorough searches of rental properties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode, a somber memento underscoring that the most harrowing crime scenes aren't always drenched in blood, but etched with the desperate marks of a soul fighting for survival. Story 19, The Enigmatic Disappearance. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, same spot, same brew, same quietude. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to appear. When authorities inspected his customary seat, a wallet was all that remained. Inside lay a driver's license featuring a photo, but devoid of any identifying details, just an empty void where his name should have been. Detective Sarah Mercer leaned forward, her fingertips grazing the icy metal table as she replayed the surveillance footage. The enigmatic figure referred to as John Doe in official records seemed ordinary on screen. Average stature, unassuming visage, clad in a navy coat with a weathered leather satchel slung over his shoulder. Nothing about him stood out, rendering his vanishing act all the more disconcerting. "Show it again," she requested of the tech specialist. The footage unfolded with John entering the cafe amidst the bustling morning rush. He placed his usual order of black coffee, sans sugar, and settled at the secluded table veiled by a leafy plant. Opening his bag, he withdrew a notebook and began to write. Occasionally, he'd sip his coffee and gaze out the window. Then came the perplexing moment. He left his wallet on the table, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never retraced his steps. He never emerged through any exit. He simply evaporated. "Examine the restroom footage," Mercer directed. "Here's the thing," the specialist replied. "No sign of him entering any restroom. We've reviewed every camera angle. It's as if he faded into thin air." Back at the precinct, Mercer scattered the wallet's contents across her desk. The license photo matched the enigmatic man, yet the personal information section was void of any details. The credit cards bore no names, only strings of 16-digit numbers that led to non-existent accounts, neatly stacked cash in assorted denominations, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card blank on both sides save for a faintly printed phone number in gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but silence lingered on the other end. Rustling of paper, perhaps the turning of pages, filled the void. After 30 seconds, the call abruptly ended. The barista, a familiar face to John over the years, could offer scant insight. He seldom spoke, always courteous, generous with tips. I reckon he had an accent, but his voice was so hushed it was hard to discern. "Did he converse with anyone here, engage in dialogue?" Mercer inquired. "Never, always solitary, always engrossed in that notebook." The notebook lay on the table beside the forsaken wallet, its pages filled with what appeared to be intricate codes or cryptic text. Cryptographers from the department grappled to decipher its contents. Among the scribbles were architectural sketches of buildings unknown to the area. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the vicinity with John Doe's photos. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases. It was as though he existed solely within the confines of the caf. During her inquiry, Mercer detected an anomaly in the surveillance footage. Each morning as John entered the establishment, the camera's timestamp flickered fleetingly. The specialist attributed it to a technical glitch, yet Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the caf, she settled at his table. From this viewpoint, she could observe both the entrance and the corridor leading to the restrooms. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror, its frame intricately adorned with symbols akin to those within John's notebook. Upon the caf owner's arrival, Mercer probed about the mirror. "That thing, been here longer than I have, came with the building. Heavy as sin requires two to shift it." "Has it ever been relocated for cleaning or redecoration?" Mercer pressed. "Not in my tenure. Why?" the owner replied. Mercer approached the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The glass cast a slight distortion, lending her mirrored image an illusion of depth. Expecting a chill, she reached out, only to encounter an unexpected warmth. The forensics team descended to scrutinize the mirror. Upon detaching it from the wall, they uncovered a concealed alcove. Nestled within were identical wallets, each housing a driver's license with the same photo but void of any personal particulars. Adjacent lay a leather-bound journal brimming with entries spanning decades, inscribed in the same hand as the notebook abandoned on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The aperture is waning." Investigators uncovered John Doe's fingerprints throughout the covert compartment. Carbon dating of the initial wallet hinted at its existence for approximately 50 years. Yet the photo depicted an unaltered countenance. The journal entries chronicled what seemed like trials in temporal displacement and identity transference. Mentions of crossing back and window points dotted the pages. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The caf serves as a nexus, a locale where realities converge. The mirror acts as the threshold. When alignment manifests, transition becomes viable. As the probe deepened, peculiar occurrences unfurled around the caf. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections moving autonomously within the window panes. Some swore they glimpsed John Doe at his customary table, despite surveillance footage indicating otherwise. A breakthrough materialized when an elderly woman contacted the station regarding the investigation. Introducing herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified governmental ventures, she recognized John Doe from media reports. His true name was Daniel Weston, she divulged. A brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished while engrossed in an experimental project concerning quantum mirrors, surfaces capable of facilitating material transference between parallel dimensions. Keller furnished documents indicating Weston's demise following a laboratory mishap. The date of his disappearance mirrored the earliest entry in the journal, unearthed behind the mirror. He posited that our reality is merely one of myriad simultaneous existences, Keller elaborated. He hypothesized that certain sites served as tenuous junctures between these realities' locales where one might traverse. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Mercer revisited the calf. She unearthed that the structure stood upon land that once accommodated the research facility where Weston toiled. The calf was erected directly atop the laboratory where he vanished. The saga culminated when Mercer, scrutinizing the surveillance footage alone one late evening, discerned an overlooked detail in the recordings. In the mirror's reflection, John Doe Daniel Weston observed himself seated at the table, two iterations of the same man coexisting in harmony. Hurrying to the calf to reinspect the mirror, Mercer encountered it shattered on the floor. Amidst the shards lay a parting note inscribed in the familiar penmanship. The experiment concludes. The threshold seals. Do not pursue. The enigma of the evanescent man remains officially unresolved. The calf shuttered shortly post-investigation, the edifice eventually razed. Daniel Weston's remains eluded discovery. His journals and notebooks vanished from the evidence chamber under mystifying circumstances. Mercer, soon thereafter, resigned from the force. Neighbors sporadically spy her perched on her porch, fervently jotting in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall is a segment of an antique mirror, its facade at times rippling when unobserved. Story 20, Under the Floorboards. The worn wood plank shifted beneath her weight, setting off a chain of events that would unravel the tranquility of her new home. As Sarah Coleman knelt down to investigate the disturbance, a sense of unease crept over her. Something was amiss, hidden beneath the seemingly solid surface. With cautious determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a secret space shrouded in darkness. Dust motes danced in the air as her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing a chilling sight. A mattress, a chair, and a weathered notebook lay silently in the hidden chamber, the pages filled with her name, written repeatedly as if in a trance. Detective Morgan Reed observed Sarah's shock with a knowing gaze, understanding the fear that pulsed through her at the discovery. The hidden room was not just a physical space, but a violation of her sanctuary, a breach of trust that shattered the illusion of safety in her new abode. Leave everything untouched, Detective Reed's calm voice cut through the tension, a beacon of reassurance in the darkness. With each flicker of her flashlight, more secrets were unearthed, walls plastered with surveillance photos capturing Sarah's every move, a twisted shrine to an obsession that had remained hidden for far too long. The cottage, once owned by the reclusive Walter Green, held dark secrets that had eluded detection until now. Sarah's innocence had made her the unwitting target of Walter's fixation, his meticulous planning revealed in the eerie chamber beneath her feet. As the investigation unfolded, a sinister timeline emerged, painting a picture of Walter's silent surveillance that spanned years. His unnoticed presence in Sarah's life raised chilling questions about the thin line between safety and danger, between reality and delusion. The truth behind Walter's obsession came to light when Detective Reed uncovered a key in his workplace locker, leading them to a storage unit filled with chilling replicas of Sarah's former life. The meticulously recreated space hinted at a twisted fantasy that had spiraled out of control, culminating in a date circled on a calendar with a single ominous word: together. Walter's troubled past, marked by delusions of grandeur and unrequited love, had resurfaced in his fixation on Sarah. His death had prevented a dark fate from unfolding, but the scars of his obsession lingered, a haunting reminder of the dangers that lurked beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Sarah's decision to sell the house marked the end of a chapter tainted by fear and uncertainty, a necessary step towards reclaiming her sense of security. As she moved on to a new chapter, the echoes of Walter's obsession faded into the shadows, leaving behind a chilling legacy that would forever haunt those who knew the truth. The cottage, now in the hands of unsuspecting new owners, stood as a silent witness to the secrets buried beneath its floorboards. The hidden room was sealed off, the past locked away, but the memory of Walter's twisted obsession lingered, a cautionary tale of the darkness that can lurk beneath even the most idyllic facades. Story 21. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system emitted a low, rumbling groan. The pipes chimed in with their metallic rattle. It was a familiar symphony of the past, or so she convinced herself night after night. Then one evening, a subtle voice, barely audible yet unmistakable, floated through the labyrinthine vents. It wasn't the typical background noise of a neighbor's conversation. It was a whisper, a beckoning call bearing her name. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned closer, pressing her ear against the cold grate, her heart quickening its beat. A rush of icy air brushed past her cheek, followed by a soft, almost teasing voice. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the stillness of the empty apartment, her focus fixed on the rusted vent cover forcibly removed from the wall. The forensic team meticulously combed through the space, their cameras capturing every detail like silent witnesses. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until the odor caught the attention of the building's superintendent. What awaited them in the ventilation system defied logic. She mentioned hearing voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. The building management dismissed her claims, attributing them to the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratch marks surrounding it. These marks weren't created by tools, she whispered to herself. The frenzied gouges in the metal hinted at a desperate attempt to escape from within. Alina had been a beloved figure, a kindergarten teacher with a radiant smile and a cluster of flourishing houseplants adorning her windowsill. Her absence had raised concerns among her students who crafted handmade cards in her honor. Her sister, the one who reported her disappearance, revealed troubling details during her interview. Alina grew increasingly paranoid before she went missing. Her voice quivered with emotion. She was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I assumed it was work stress. Shaw surveyed the apartment with fresh eyes. The neatly arranged bed, the forgotten coffee mug in the sink, the chair strategically placed beneath the vent as if awaiting a listener. The forensic report divulged unsettling findings. Fibers trapped in the vent matched those from Alina's cherished cardigan. A foreign fingerprint, not belonging to Alina, lingered on the inside of the vent cover. Most chilling were the audio recordings extracted from Alina's phone. Shaw sat in her car, rain cascading on the roof, listening intently. Alina's trembling voice echoed, "If you're there, say something." 20 seconds of silence ensued before a faint whisper pierced through, barely audible even at maximum volume. "Alina, dear Alina, let me in." The background investigation on the apartment building unraveled a disturbing narrative. 7 tenants had vacated the unit prematurely over the years, citing strange disturbances. One had suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming to hear voices beckoning from the vents. The building's superintendent, Harold Weber, had overseen operations for a decade and a half. His record seemed pristine, yet his possession of master keys raised suspicions. During interrogation, his demeanor shifted subtly when questioned about the previous occupants of apartment 4B. I don't keep tabs on every tenant, he evaded, his gaze distant. The investigation took a sinister turn when a concealed access panel was discovered in Aliner's bathroom, leading to a clandestine passage within the walls. Inside, remnants of a clandestine existence emerged: a flashlight, a water bottle, discarded wrappers, a portrait of a voyeur lurking within the confines of the building. Shaw authorized a search of Weber's residence. The pristine orderliness of his apartment belied the chaos within his digital files. Organized by apartment numbers, folder 4B contained a trove of intrusive recordings, conversations, snapshots, intimate moments. A disturbing digital diary chronicled his obsession with Aliner. She hears me now, a chilling entry stated. She awaits my call. Soon she will join me within the walls. The most condemning evidence surfaced in a storage unit linked to Weber, housing mementos from past tenants, souvenirs of his voyeuristic exploits. Weber was apprehended attempting to flee under the shroud of night. His compliant demeanor contrasted with the malevolence in his words. "They all listen in the end," he remarked to Shaw. "The building speaks through me." The coroner's report revealed a harrowing truth: Aliner had been coerced into the ventilation system, likely sedated, her life slipping away in the metallic labyrinth she navigated in confusion, following the siren call of safety. As news of the arrest spread, families of former tenants came forward with tales of missing possessions and loved ones tormented by unseen forces. A pattern of manipulation and terror unfurled over the years, a predator concealed within the very structure meant to shelter its inhabitants, whispering promises of solace until reality warped into nightmare. At trial, Weber's facade of sanity crumbled under the weight of his meticulous schemes. The jury's swift verdict of guilt sealed his fate. In the courtroom's final moments, as Weber was escorted away, he cast a chilling smile at Shaw. "They will always hear me," he declared. "The building remembers, the whispers endure." The once inhabited apartment building now stands deserted, a ghostly relic of its former self. Despite refurbishments and new ownership, a spectral presence lingers. Residents speak of faint murmurs from the vents, ghostly whispers in the walls. The heating system groans its ancient lament, the pipes rattle in a haunting refrain. It's dismissed as mere echoes of the past, or so they tell themselves. Story 22. In the stillness of the night, a vacant house stood silent, its history shrouded in whispers of a young woman who vanished without a trace. For years, the dwelling remained untouched, a relic of mystery and loss. Then, a new chapter unfolded as new tenants ventured into the forgotten space, unaware of the secrets it held. As they crossed the threshold, a sense of unease settled upon them, a feeling that lingered in the stale air heavy with dust. Their eyes fell upon a locked bedroom door, a barrier to the unknown. With determined hands, they forced it open, revealing a scene frozen in time. The room appeared untouched, a surreal tableau of order amidst the chaos of abandonment. The bed was neatly made, the mirror polished to perfection. Yet a single candle stood as a sentinel of time, its wax a cascade of forgotten moments frozen in amber. Amidst this eerie stillness, a notebook beckoned from the desk, its pages whispering of untold truths. Detective Morgan, a shadow in the dim light, delved into the written words of Elise Winters, a young soul lost to the shadows of the past. Her meticulous handwriting danced across the pages, a testament to a life interrupted. Each stroke of the pen revealed a mind on the brink, a heart burdened by secrets too heavy to bear. The final entry spoke of fear, of a looming presence that stalked her in the night. The detective's keen eyes traced the lines of ink, unraveling a web of deceit and betrayal. Elise, a paralegal entwined in a world of corporate intrigue, had stumbled upon a truth too dangerous to ignore. Her pursuit of justice had led her down a path of shadows, where powerful men lurked in the darkness. As the investigation unfolded, the room yielded its secrets one by one. Hidden within the confines of the walls, a key and a flash drive emerged, unlocking a Pandora's box of deceit. Financial transactions, manipulated data, and whispered conversations painted a picture of corruption that ran deep. Through the lens of hidden cameras and clandestine recordings, the truth emerged like a ghost in the night. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and privilege, stood accused of a heinous crime that shattered the facade of respectability. In the end, justice prevailed, albeit in a form unforeseen. Harriman's fate was sealed, his lies laid bare for all to see. The room where Elise took her final breaths became a chamber of justice, a testament to a life cut short but not forgotten. And so the house stood silent once more, a monument to the past and a warning to those who dared tread its haunted halls. The light in the upstairs window flickered like a beacon, a remnant of a soul at rest, a guardian of the truth that could not be silenced. In the darkness of the night, whispers still echo through the empty rooms, a reminder of the price of seeking justice in a world where shadows reign supreme. And as the stars fade into dawn, the house stands as a testament to the enduring power of a single voice, calling out from beyond the grave. Story 23. As the realtor's listing failed to mention any basement and the blueprints offered no clue to its existence, the family, curious and unsuspecting, unearthed a hidden door beneath the old carpet in their new home. With a collective effort, they forced open the heavy, rusted handle, unleashing a wave of musty air thick with the essence of damp earth. Descending the steps into the darkness below, they anticipated storage but were met with a solitary chair under a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows. And there, on the wall behind the chair, a series of photographs that struck a chord, a row of images capturing moments from inside their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property during the bleak winter days, drawn to the character and history whispered by the aged structure with its worn siding and creaking floors. Little did they know the depth of history the house held and how it would collide violently with their present reality. Detective Sarah Connors, accompanied by her partner, arrived at the scene shrouded in mystery, the crime scene cordoned off with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's quivering voice had relayed the shocking discovery beneath their living room floor, a narrative that demanded meticulous documentation before further exploration. With practiced precision, Connors donned latex gloves, directing the forensic team to capture every detail of the basement chamber with blinding camera flashes illuminating the hidden space. The room, small and stark, housed a solitary chair anchored to the floor beneath a harshly lit bulb, casting haunting shadows. Yet it was the wall adorned with 37 photographs, each meticulously arranged in chronological order, that held a chilling significance. Examining the timestamps on the prints, Connor's partner remarked on the eerie accuracy of the images, capturing the Mercers in their most intimate moments. The absence of forced entry, stolen items, or triggered alarms intensified the pervading sense of violation that had enveloped the unsuspecting family. The investigation delved into the property's unsettling past, uncovering a trail of previous owners who had each departed under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind no mention of the hidden chamber. The unsettling truth emerged as they traced the house's history back to its origins, revealing discrepancies in records and redacted reports that hinted at a sinister presence lurking within the walls. A pivotal breakthrough came with the revelation of a contractor who had renovated the house years prior, vehemently denying the existence of the hidden room. His shaken demeanor and adamant claims fueled the growing unease surrounding the house's secrets. The discovery of a concealed memory card within the light fixture unveiled a trove of illicit surveillance, capturing not only the Mercers, but a succession of families in their most private moments. Audio recordings found in a buried box further exposed the extent of the intrusion, revealing a sophisticated network of hidden microphones throughout the house. Connors, driven by a sense of urgency, ordered a thorough search of every crevice, uncovering a hidden passage leading to a monitoring station equipped with surveillance equipment and a journal meticulously chronicling the lives of past occupants. The journal's final entry forewarned of the impending arrival of the next unsuspecting family, sending shivers down the investigators' spines. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the chilling truth. Edward Kelvin, the elusive figure behind the voyeuristic operation, had never left the confines of the house he had constructed. Curled within a hidden crawl space, Kelvin emerged as a spectral observer, detached from reality, viewing the families as mere subjects in his private theater of surveillance. The psychological evaluation painted a portrait of a delusional individual, detached from the boundaries of morality and legality, convinced of his ownership over the house and its transient inhabitants. The Mercer family, like those before them, fled the property, leaving behind a legacy of intrusion and violation that echoed through the empty halls. The trial exposed the elaborate network of hidden chambers and observation points meticulously designed by Kelvin, culminating in a verdict that sealed the fate of the voyeuristic architect. Yet, for the families who had unknowingly lived under his watchful gaze, the scars of betrayal and invasion lingered, questioning the sanctity of their privacy within the walls that had concealed their most intimate moments. As the property was razed to the ground, the memories of Kelvin's voyeuristic legacy persisted, haunting the families who had unknowingly shared their lives with a shadowy presence lurking within the very walls that were meant to safeguard their sanctity. The lingering question remained, were they truly alone, or had they always been under the watchful eye of an unseen observer, capturing their every move in the shadows of their own home? Story 24. The worn envelope sat delicately in the detective's hands, its once crisp edges now tinged with a faded yellow hue, a stark contrast to the fresh stamp that marked its recent journey. With a sense of anticipation, the detective carefully unfolded the envelope, revealing a single sheet of paper within. The message, typed hastily in an uneven font, simply stated, "I am sorry for what I did." As the detective's gloved fingers grazed the paper, a faint dampness lingered, carrying with it a metallic scent that clung to the air. It was then that the reddish smear along the bottom edge caught their attention. Not ink, but human blood. Detective Sarah Morgan wasted no time in securing the incriminating letter in an evidence bag, her practiced precision evident in every movement. The forensics team's analysis confirmed Morgan's suspicions. The blood matched DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been found in a pool of her own blood, a tragic echo of the multiple stab wounds that marred her body. Her missing laptop and scattered notes hinted at a connection between her brutal demise and the story she had been fervently pursuing. Despite countless hours of investigation and dead-end leads, The case had gone cold until the arrival of this mysterious letter addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope, save for faint smudges hinting at gloved hands, posed a new challenge. However, the postmark provided a glimmer of hope, a tangible light in months of uncertainty. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the ominous letter at the heart of their investigation board, adorned with grim reminders of past failures. "This changes everything," she declared to the room, her voice carrying a weight of determination. "Our killer is grappling with regret." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, contemplated the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a ploy, a guise to deceive us," he offered, his skepticism cutting through the tension in the room. The unique typewriter impressions hinted at a bygone model, a rare relic that had long slipped into obscurity but not beyond the reach of a dedicated collector. As the investigation unraveled, shedding light on Rebecca's relentless pursuit of truth and justice, the detectives delved deeper into her final days. A wealthy family entangled in a web of deceit and manipulation emerged as a focal point, casting shadows of suspicion over those closest to the victim. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a grieving lover with a solid alibi, now found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of law enforcement. His demeanor subtly shifted, betraying the weight of unspoken truths. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, his words laden with a guilt that lingered in the stillness of the room. With the arrival of a second letter, bearing the same haunting typewritten message and a chilling revelation, the investigation took a darker turn. The trail of breadcrumbs led the team to the grand mansion of the deceased patriarch, where familial secrets festered beneath polished facades. The eldest son, Richard, exuded an air of calculated composure, his collection of antique typewriters offering a glimpse into his meticulously crafted facade. However, it was his youngest sister, Eleanor, who unwittingly unraveled the tightly woven tapestry of deception. Microscopic fibers on the envelopes traced back to Eleanor's bespoke stationery, a damning link that exposed Richard's sinister machinations. A hidden chamber within his opulent abode unveiled a trove of damning evidence, tying him to the blood-stained letters and Rebecca's tragic fate. The startling revelation of financial transactions between Richard and Michael laid bare a sinister conspiracy that had claimed Rebecca's life. Michael, burdened by guilt and remorse, divulged the harrowing truth of his unwitting complicity in the heinous crime that had shattered countless lives. Eleanor's clandestine recording provided the final blow, capturing Richard's damning words as he conspired to silence Rebecca forever. In a swift turn of events, Richard's facade crumbled as he attempted to flee, only to be met with the cold embrace of justice. The trial that followed painted a vivid portrait of manipulation, betrayal, and the harrowing consequences of unchecked ambition. Richard's feeble protestations of innocence crumbled beneath the weight of irrefutable evidence, sealing his fate with a resounding guilty verdict. As Rebecca's parents found solace in the closure brought by Richard's conviction, the blood-stained letters stood as haunting relics of a meticulously planned crime undone by the echoes of remorse. The case of Rebecca Warren served as a poignant lesson in the unpredictable nature of justice, a reminder that even the most carefully orchestrated schemes could unravel with the gentle whisper of a guilty conscience. Story 25, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the stagnant air, enveloping her in a hazy embrace. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its once grand walls now peeling, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step she took echoed through the empty rooms, a solitary explorer in a forgotten realm except for one peculiar detail that defied logic: the doors. Every door she opened led her back to the same parlor, trapping her in a perplexing loop of familiarity. No matter the path she chose, she always returned to where she started. The only escape seemed to be the way she entered, but when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished into thin air, leaving her stranded in the heart of the enigmatic Victorian. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the epicenter of intrigue as she stood in the shadowy house, a sanctuary now tainted by the discovery of a life lost. Forensic experts moved through the dimness like specters, unraveling the mysteries shrouding the walls. Once a mere curiosity among locals, the Victorian now harbored secrets darker than any whispered legend. The medical examiner's somber voice barely rose above a whisper as he revealed the grim truth. Morgan Pierce, motionless in an antique chair, her serene expression belying the tragedy that befell her. The cause of death, asphyxiation, hung heavy in the air, a silent specter haunting the room. Morgan, a young scholar entranced by architectural anomalies, had sought answers within the confines of the Victorian's deceptive walls. Her body, found in repose as if awaiting a long-lost guest, posed more questions than answers. No struggle marked the scene, no hint of violence disrupted the eerie tranquility that gripped the room. Lind delved into the shadows of the investigation, piecing together a narrative that defied reason. The real estate agent, unwittingly stumbling upon the scene, had unknowingly triggered a chain of events that unraveled a web of deceit and enigma. Morgan's journal, a testament to her obsession with the house's mysteries, hinted at a reality beyond the tangible, a realm where space itself twisted and turned at the whim of unseen forces. Her disappearance, preceded by cryptic messages and a trail of curiosity, painted a portrait of a mind consumed by the allure of the unknown. As Lind delved deeper, a tangled web of connections emerged. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, stood at the nexus of the investigation, his knowledge a beacon in the darkness. Yet even his expertise could not illuminate the shadows that clung to the Victorian's walls. Messages, intimate and enigmatic, hinted at a bond forged in the crucible of shared fascination, a bond that now lay shattered by the specter of death. Eleanor Blackwood's legacy, a dark stain on the house's history, whispered of a curse that claimed those who dared to unravel its secrets. Lind unearthed a hidden chamber, a shrine to ancient powers nestled behind the parlor's facade. Artifacts imbued with the essence of forgotten rituals bore witness to a truth beyond comprehension. The deity, its form weathered by time and reverence, watched over the threshold between worlds, a guardian of liminal spaces. The investigation, shrouded in shadows and half-truths, took a sinister turn as Adam Reeves met the same fate as Morgan. His peaceful repose mirrored hers, a chilling echo of a destiny intertwined with the enigmatic house. A key, a silent witness to untold secrets, clutched in his lifeless hand, bridged the gap between past and present, between reality and illusion. In the twilight of the investigation, Lind found herself adrift in a sea of unanswered questions, the truth slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The house, condemned and forsaken, stood as a monument to the inscrutable powers that lurked within its walls. Whispers of lost souls and spectral lights haunted the night, weaving a tapestry of myth and mystery around the forsaken Victorian. The truth, a tantalizing mirage just beyond reach, beckoned from the shadows, promising enlightenment and peril in equal measure. The house, a labyrinth of deception and revelation, stood as a testament to the enduring power of the unknown, a beacon for those brave or foolish enough to seek its secrets. And as the night descended, cloaking the house in a shroud of darkness, the echoes of the past whispered on the wind, a haunting melody that lingered long after the final door had closed. Story 26. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that groaned, floorboards that whispered in the night. But the new tenant, Sarah Coleman, sensed a presence beyond the ordinary. The footsteps she heard were not mere echoes of settling timbers or scurrying creatures. They were deliberate, hauntingly steady, originating from above her on the supposedly empty top floor. One evening, emboldened by a mix of fear and curiosity, Sarah tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Then, a solitary knock echoed back to her from within the ceiling itself. Sarah kept the unnerving incident to herself, attributing it to the quirks of an old building or perhaps a misplaced animal seeking refuge in the attic. Despite the nightly procession of footsteps above her, she adapted, drowning out the haunting rhythm with blaring television and headphones, seeking solace in the distraction from the unseen presence tracing its path across her ceiling in the veil of darkness. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a routine repair uncovered a hidden passage in the building. A maintenance worker, fixing a leak outside Sarah's unit, stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace behind a section of drywall. Illuminated by his flashlight, the narrow passage revealed a chilling sight, a makeshift living space adorned with remnants of human presence. Food wrappers, water bottles, a stained blanket, and a worn notebook. The discovery prompted a swift call to the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, encountered the shaken maintenance worker, who repeated his harrowing revelation: someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching. The notebook held meticulous notes, a disturbing chronicle of Sarah's life, her routines, her interactions, her every move meticulously recorded. The writing, once neat, spiraled into chaotic scribbles and cryptic symbols towards the end. The subject resists my influence, the final entry lamented. She dares to ignore me. No one ignores me. Forensic teams delved into the hidden passages, uncovering a web of interconnected tunnels spanning decades, linking multiple apartments but culminating in observation points concealed solely within Sarah's residence. Interviews with current tenants revealed nothing amiss, yet former occupants shared unsettling accounts of feeling watched or hearing inexplicable disturbances, their fears silenced by the dread of sounding paranoid. A breakthrough surfaced with the revelation of microscopic blood evidence in one of the crawl spaces, matching the DNA of a long-missing resident, Martin Weaver. His abrupt disappearance had baffled authorities, his last known whereabouts tied to the apartment beneath Sarah's. Revisiting Martin's vanishing, Detective Morris unearthed a pattern of unsettling behavior surrounding a former tenant named Edward, a reclusive figure who had lived in various top-floor apartments across different buildings for decades. Each tenure ended abruptly with unexplained departures, leaving behind a trail of unease and unanswered questions. Following Edward's trail to a secluded cabin, investigators encountered a chilling tableau of obsession. Walls adorned with surveillance photographs, meticulous notes on former residents, and diaries detailing the maintenance of the habitat. A corkboard displayed missing persons reports, each linked to Edward's transient past. Beneath it, the grim discovery of multiple graves hinted at a darker truth. As Sarah's whereabouts remained a haunting enigma, a newer notebook surfaced in the apartment building, signaling Edward's elusive presence. A sinister message etched on the bathroom mirror hinted at an impending event, a red-marked passage leading to an unknown destination. The hunt for Edward, revealed as Edward Mercer, a construction worker turned clandestine observer, intensified, with authorities uncovering his intricate network of hidden passages and surveillance points. Sarah's disappearance echoed a series of vanishing cases across state lines, prompting a stern warning to property managers regarding unauthorized alterations and concealed spaces within their buildings. For Detective Morris, the lingering image was not of the graves or the meticulous records, but of Sarah, ensnared in a nightmarish realm where footsteps echoed from an empty void above her. The unanswered knocks, the unrelenting presence haunted his thoughts, echoing through the stillness of his own home. In the hush of night, Detective Morris found himself gazing up at his ceiling, a silent vigil against the unknown. The unseen listener, the hidden watcher beckoning a question that lingered in the shadows, a mystery awaiting its revelation. Story 27, The Enigma of Rebecca Thorne. She wiped away the steam, revealing her reflection in the mirror. Everything appeared normal at first glance: her face, her attire. But a subtle unease crept in as she continued to gaze. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that defied explanation. And as she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching her with an unsettling stillness. The enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne began with that peculiar moment in her bathroom. What transpired next would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided alone in a humble apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she led a life of solitude, interacting politely with neighbors but keeping mostly to herself. A career as a data analyst filled her days with routine and precision, painting a portrait of order and predictability. Little did anyone suspect she would find herself at the heart of one of the most perplexing mysteries of the decade. The initial signs were subtle. Small items in her home seemed out of place, shifted slightly, rearranged without reason. A mug perched on a different shelf, books shuffled around, her toothbrush displaced. Initially brushed off as mere absent-mindedness, these anomalies accumulated amidst the monotony of her workdays spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement was sparked when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to authorities. Initially deemed non-criminal, a matter perhaps better suited for mental health services than law enforcement, Shaw cataloged the report among a stack of low-priority cases. No tangible evidence, Shaw later recalled. No signs of forced entry, no missing items. Just a woman haunted by a sense of wrongness in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the mirror incident. During her second encounter with the police, Rebecca recounted the surreal experience of her reflection behaving independently of an unseen presence watching her. This time, she brought proof: a security camera trained on her front door. The footage it captured sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet 20 minutes later, an identical figure entered her apartment using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder moved like Rebecca, dressed like her, even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, Rebecca's workplace security system's timestamp confirmed she had already clocked in at her office across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Shaw informed her superiors. someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny precision. The investigation deepened. Fingerprints within the apartment matched only Rebecca's, devoid of foreign DNA. Neighbors reported nothing amiss, merely Rebecca going about her daily routines. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter with Rebecca one evening when her greeting went unanswered, an anomaly she deemed unusual but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations within her home escalated, vanishing food from her fridge, mysterious searches on her computer, and unsettling selfies on her phone that she had no recollection of taking. In some images, her countenance appeared subtly distorted, her smile too wide, her gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is engineering that perception within me." Breakthrough arrived with the revelation of a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday grocery runs, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Someone possesses intimate knowledge of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is no coincidence. It's a meticulously orchestrated surveillance and infiltration operation." A forensic psychologist proposed a fixation hypothesis, an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such cases, though rare, had precedent in psychological literature. The perpetrator, typically in the throes of a psychological rupture, fixated on a victim embodying qualities they craved: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. Focus sharpened when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared traits. Post-dismissal, she sent a series of troubling emails to Rebecca, hinting at an unsettling kinship. "We are two sides of the same coin," one missive proclaimed. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." A warrant secured, Shaw and her team scoured Lily's residence. Their findings catapulted the case from disconcerting to nightmarish. A room within Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, plastered with hundreds of clandestine photographs capturing Rebecca's daily life. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe, while a vanity showcased makeup brands identical to Rebecca's, alongside detailed notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and routines. Most chilling were the practice videos, wherein Lily painstakingly emulated Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident: initial attempts awkward and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. "She aspired to become me," murmured Rebecca upon beholding the evidence. "She wasn't merely mimicking me, she sought to obliterate me." Forensic analysts unearthed sophisticated tools for key replication and electronic access card duplication in Lily's possession. An intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a meticulously maintained calendar predicting her schedule, was also revealed. What eluded investigators was Lily's endgame. Journals discovered within Lily's domain contained disjointed entries, vacillating between first and third person, at times alluding to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her within the same passage. The final entry sent shivers down spines. "Soon, only one of us will endure. The stronger entity shall prevail." As authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Signs of a hurried departure lingered in her residence, drawers left ajar, select technology missing. A nationwide manhunt ensued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to an undisclosed shelter under constant surveillance. Every location tied to her past existence underwent rigorous monitoring for 3 weeks. Lily remained elusive. The case took a macabre twist when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the premises despite being on leave. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. A doppelganger of Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID, proceeded to her former workstation, and pored over her files for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sequestered in a secure safe house. The chilling truth dawned upon investigators. Lily hadn't vanished, she had executed her maneuver. She now assumed Rebecca's identity, integrating into her existence while the genuine Rebecca remained in seclusion. The investigation remains open to this day. Lily Winters remains at large, and Rebecca Thorne has forged a new identity in an undisclosed haven. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 eerily similar women captured in a single frame. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their features, seeking the nuances that differentiate one from the other. The true horror, Shaw imparts to new recruits, lies not in someone resembling you or sounding like you. It lies in their fervent desire to usurp your existence at the cost of their own. Identity is not merely what we display, it's what we safeguard most fiercely. And sometimes we realize its worth only when someone endeavors to purloin it.